Hi. Welcome.
We're back.
I'm back. You never went anywhere.
Ever?
Nope.
Nope. I guess
You've been down here this whole time.
I have been non-stop. No, that's not exactly true, but close to it.
I'm back. I had a nice vacation, and we'll probably be jumping back into things here. Why don't you catch me up on what you did?
Okay, well, I spent 2 of these episodes, like 4 total hours, painting eggs. I'll talk a little bit about one of them before we really get going. And then on Friday, I did base coating for the Dungeon of Doom. That's all this stuff.
Thank you.
Okay. I painted the walls and the floors. I moved her camera, but that's, I wanted to show you that. So all of those corners and floors, that's a very doomy door, don't you think?
Yeah, red and black.
Mm-hmm. With that kind of dark aluminum.
Pretty fun. Is that steel?
Yeah. I tried dark aluminum and dull aluminum, and they were too shiny and not doomful enough.
Yeah, the alternative would be to wash them with a black wash.
Yeah. So I'm going to let Nichole ease back into things by just smushing black wash all over the walls. Well, no.
We need highlight stones.
We need highlights, yeah.
So
here.
These are close to ready for washing, but they need a highlight stone. We're going to be doing, we decided flat brown, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you're going to do very dark.
Dark flat brown, and then they'll get a finishing wash.
So I'm going to be doing a bunch of fiddly stuff. If you recall, there were 2 traps. There was a flame.
Mm-hmm. So this little wall has a, can I see one?
Mm.
This wall has a magnet embedded in it, and there's a magnet on the back end of this flame so that you can stick it in the wall here, like that, and have it be like a trap wall. Shoot a flame out at your party.
Yep, or
pretty fun.
A gas cloud.
But the flame needs to be painted, the wall needs to be painted.
The other things I'm going to be doing are these. You probably might remember there was a trap wall, and these are pretty clever. This so that you can actually see what's going on here, kind of. I was working on the other side. Now the camera, I'm on this side with this camera, so.
All of these models that you're seeing here, we 3D print on those printers behind us. And if you're interested, the designs and stuff, the designers you can see in our website, DysonDungeons.com/attributions. We have all of the designers we use listed there. Anyway,
right.
Wanted to put that in.
So this trap wall looks like a regular wall, but there's magnets embedded in the base of this wall, and when you trigger the trap, that comes out and goes in here. And I was reminded that when this comes out, you want that to look like the stone. So I'm going to be using the neutral gray, painting the bottoms of these trap walls and these, just to get that done real quickly so Nikki can get on with highlighting and stuff. I forgot to paint the lintels last time around, and it turns out that a couple of them, the holes are not all the way through. I'm going to drill those out. And that'll be a little bit. And then I'm going to paint the flame. And while I'm painting the flame, you might recall this egg. Well, I tried yesterday like a lacquer cover.
Yeah, a gloss lacquer.
Yeah, and that worked really quite well, except that the egg fell over
and
before
it
dried.
Some of the surface you were spraying on.
Well, no, it actually accumulated dirt.
Oh.
And so I had to scrape off the dirt, and in doing that, it took off some of the paint.
So you're going to repair?
Yeah, when I'm painting the flame, which is, the same colors, I'm just going to repair this by touching it up.
So what we learned is that when you do a lacquer, put it on a stick or something.
Well, I did. I had it on a stick.
Oh,
a regular
but the
stick,
force still
but the ticky-tack stuck to the bottom of the egg, but it didn't stick to the stick.
Gotcha.
So it fell off, and it fell off, like quite a ways actually, and rolled around a little bit. So it was kind of a mess. So what I'm gonna do is hand me one of those holders. Yeah, the one you just had.
One right there. But this one was the one you used for the eggs. So
yeah,
might as well use it for that.
So this, if you recall, I used this for the egg, and it held on really tightly. I don't want to spray lacquer all over this, so I'm just going to tape it off. I know it'll hold, and it's nice and flat. That's why I used a stick, because I didn't want to get lacquer all over it. But this way, it'll hold really well.
It does give the egg a nice gloss.
Yeah, and it protects it pretty well. I mean, you can still scrape the paint off, obviously, if you wanted to. But anyway, I'll be doing that touch-up. And I might as well just leave it on there. What the heck? It'll get on there, stay on there.
So,
anyway.
Then you're also thinking of starting... We bought some Druid wild shape miniatures for Soria. My Druid that we use. For me to have animals to wild shape into. So, if we get to it, I would like to save the elk for me to paint.
There you go.
Eventually, when I get through it.
I guess I'm doing reptiles.
Soria turns into an elk a lot, so I found one that specifically sold an elk mini. It has very nice antlers that I'm constantly afraid of having break.
Yeah, so we have 4 shades of green. I guess I'll use those on this in some sort of combination to make it look kind of, rock. Yeah, it looks like an alligator, not a crocodile.
Yeah.
I have to paint the inside of the mouth.
Could I get a couple gloves for when we start?
And then I might try to do a poison dart frog.
Because I don't know if that episode's aired, but I have seen a poison dart frog now as a druid, so I can turn it into one.
So we have some wolves. Those I might work on those.
But I'm just going to be working on dungeon tiles to sort of ease back into remembering how to paint.
Yep.
After not painting for a week.
And I'm going to start with the neutral gray on this stuff, because that's easy too. Oh yeah, and these little things, these are going to be painted brass, but only after the wash is on, because otherwise they'll just get all washed over. And Alexis wanted them to be bright.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, that's what
we
she
got
said.
some commands from above.
Yeah.
Morning, Vivian. Shaking up our paints.
Shake it up.
So are these all the tiles here that are in front of me?
All of them, yeah. We had to put together.
They're all corners. Got it.
Yeah, there's 10 corners.
Well,
it was really awful.
You designed the set.
That's what I keep being reminded. I'm reminded that it was my fault that turned out to be like that. Should I paint this?
Here's the paint flip. There we go. What'd you say?
Should I paint that pin too?
Yeah, paint everything just so it matches. That way it just doesn't stand out visually when you...
Yeah, we'll see. That paint will, if people put it on and off.
This is going to be the worst one, isn't it?
That was awful. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. There's only one of those anyway.
Yeah. I am just grouping them into pieces right now, so all the walls together. Just for my own organizational, sort of how my brain likes to have it. So, put all the door frames in one stack, like so. I guess I'll start with the corners, because
There's a lot of them.
There's a lot, and they're the worst. So.
There we go, we're painting in bricks.
And I'm gonna set these doors to the side so I don't accidentally hit them with anything. Alright, let's open up my brown. This one's pretty low, but it should have some life in it for a while. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. I'm gonna do a couple. I'm basically choosing. I'm putting a little dot on the bricks that I'm planning to paint. dig back into this.
Yeah.
Remember what I'm
Remembering brick painting now.
loosely.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities to paint like bricks on those corners.
Yeah. That's a wonderful way to put it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I do always like the flat brown because it looks like milk chocolate.
Yep.
It reminds me of The Princess Bride when I'm applying it. And Miracle Max's, when they're making the miracle pill,
chocolate, right?
they brush melted chocolate onto the pill.
Right, they do. Yeah.
With a brush.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, it is. It's brushed on like that.
So whenever I'm doing the flat brown paint,
you feel like you're making the miracle pill.
Yeah.
You think it'll work?
It'll take a miracle.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, that started out easy enough. What I need to do now is I need to get some little drills to open up the holes in those lintels so I can insert toothpicks and paint them the same color.
What do you think of the color?
Yeah, it tones down a lot. It changes.
Oh, and the black
changes
wash.
a lot.
The neutral gray especially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, even the brown, it changes color pretty dramatically when it dries, so you'll see it.
You can see it wet there, and it's a little more dry on this side.
Yep. So I'm going to get little drills and some toothpicks and clear out the holes in these so that they work, and then paint them.
And don't go swimming for what? An hour? Yeah, a good hour.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to use this little pin drill, kind of drill bit that fits into the holes. Little teeny drills. Open. So that drill will go through it. And I need a different little bitty modeling tools. These adjust so that you can get one that's even smaller, like that. So that when you tighten it, it grips the bitty little drill. And we'll see if we can do that without breaking the drill or, otherwise making a mess of something. So this is supposed to tighten, which it just did. Hold the drill tight. This rotates, and we'll see if we can open these holes. I think it's just dried paint in there.
Most likely.
Yeah,
when the primer was really
sticky, thick
when
it was near the bottom of the
Yeah.
bottle, wasn't it?
Yeah. So it might be the primer filled in the hole.
Yeah, it was pretty soft. A little bit went through it. I'm just leaning out the hole here with the drill just to make sure it's clear. A little pin goes in there and through the door and into the base so that the door is working. We don't have fake doors, we have working doors. Sometimes with locks that Zoria can fix in 5 minutes.
If you want, we can do some door gluing. We have a variety of doors to glue in.
A lot of doors to put together.
I could amass them and we could glue a whole bunch of doors in at the end of
Yeah, I
them.
just need to match the little lintels on top to the color of the side.
Yep. Do we know what we're doing for this one?
Yeah, this color. It's I'm using the charcoal dark black. It's already painted.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was the primer.
Yeah, it kind of looks like the primer, but it's a little grayer, a little softer.
A little warmer.
Yeah. It's the same color as the door frame.
Gotcha.
Okay. Those are clear.
Alright, there
Those
is
are already clear.
one corner. 9 more to do.
Yep. When I was doing them, I was counting them too. It's like 4. I was doing percentages too, 4 out of 10, 40%, doing kind of arithmetic lessons.
So you were really bored.
No, I had to fill the time myself. So, what else is there to talk about?
Do you know where I first learned percentages as a kid?
Probably from one of your games.
No.
No.
In the oh, thanks. Yeah, our category got changed. It just got updated. We were in Dungeons and Dragons before because we hadn't switched it. Because Twitch doesn't let
Twitch
you easily change it. But anyway,
somebody caught it and changed it.
Yeah.
Yay.
One of our mods. I first learned percentages from watching Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. At the beginning of that movie, the teacher in the class teaches about percentages, and they just actually show the lesson.
Oh, is that when all the students rebel?
No, he's teaching about the percentage chance of finding
the right
Wonka bar.
Of a golden ticket.
Golden ticket. So when I was very young, watching that movie from the 70s or whatever.
You knew that playing the lottery was a bad gamble.
Yeah, but I learned how percentages work as a little kid by watching that movie.
I bet they you think they intended that, or did they intend it to just be kind of a one of those things that people groan about?
I don't know.
But it worked for you, didn't it? I cleared that hole, but now there's a little bit on the back that closed it back up again when I tried to clear it out. But that's under, see, right there. I need an X-Acto knife. You have one? Yeah, you do. Could you hand me the one at the point? There's just this little bit of overhang here that is getting in the way of the operation of the door. And I drill it out, and then it comes back. I think that's also some of that primer that kind of got itself in there. Okay, that's clear. Sort of had the same problem here. Is that whatever was in there just got kind of pushed through. Still hanging out. And when the door goes in there, it might push it back and keep the door from working well. Yeah, it was just, we've never had that happen before, so it must have just been the primer being extra
viscous.
Yes. Good word. Okay, well, that's enough fiddling with that.
I've already managed to get paint on this finger somehow.
So I'm just using toothpicks to hold these. And then those go into little alligator clips. See?
I knew you were gonna make a joke with that mini.
How did you know?
It was so obvious.
Well, then I didn't want to miss the obvious, did I? No one was disappointed by me missing it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting toothpicks through the holes so I can hold the piece with the toothpick. And then just put it in the alligator clip to hold it while it dries, and then it will be done. Okay, what did I use for this? I used this Nichole black, which is kind of it's that color. And it is black, but it's very flat, and it's a little bit lighter than complete flat black. Now look at that. There's a little spot on that that needs to be touched up. And so look at the rest of them. I thought I caught all that. It's okay.
You've gotten used to talking more.
Yeah, I was talking to myself for 13 hours last week. I'm really not very interesting.
Yeah.
So it's good to have you back. Yeah.
Alright.
I'm just going to keep using this kind of large brush because why not? It's just big flat surfaces, basically. But it is similar to the primer, but it's at least, it's kind of glossy and a little less harsh.
Yeah, it's a warm charcoal color.
Yeah. You can see it when it goes on. You probably can't see it on camera though. It's just like black on black, right?
I mean, it's pretty...
You can see it shining.
You can see what you were doing. It's not showing all that much because it's the same color. Okay, there's number 2.
And what percentage is that of the total doors?
I don't know, probably 87.
One can hope.
We'll do that one, and this one.
one little shiny spot there that needs to be not silver. Yeah.
You got them all sorted?
It did the requisite touch-up. The thing that needed touching. So that's going pretty slowly there. So what I'm thinking is that, if you want, I can help paint highlight bricks.
Oh, it's fine to go slow.
Okay.
Are you saying I should speed up?
No, I'm just saying there's a lot of
Corners.
but that's okay. If you're doing that, okay, I'll do.
You missed the flip, who? I flipped a paint bottle.
Yeah, and shattered all over the floor.
Yeah, it was a huge mess.
Yeah.
Some of the shards went into my foot, probably.
Mm-hmm. But we'll probably never find them. So. So since we're working on the set, I'll probably do the flame. I've done these flames before, and they work out okay.
Mm-hmm.
Campfires and the other one.
The brazier.
The brazier, yeah. So I'll just use the same sort of pattern. As I'm doing that, I'm going to repair the paint on the egg. Now, I've learned a couple of things about this. One is that the yellow
is very translucent.
Yeah, it just doesn't cover very well. So this flame is yellow at the base. The brazier one's not here anymore.
The brazier got put away for protection, safety.
So the yellow's down below, and then I paint some highlights of the orange, and then red tips to highlight the flames. But the orange and the red don't cover very well either, but they cover better if there's yellow underneath. So I'm going to paint. I need to grip this with something. So I'll use, because I want to paint this little bottom thing too, the yellow color. Which is this tiny tip that will eventually be red. There. I'm going to paint everything yellow. And then I'm going to go back and paint everything yellow again.
And then maybe do it once more.
Maybe do a third coat, especially near the bottom. That's going to stay yellow.
Yeah.
And after that, then I can do the orange. And after that...
When I did those yellow tavern walls, that took so long.
Oh yeah, just like 3 coating them, right?
Yeah.
Right. So at least 2 coats, maybe 3 along the base. Then I'll let that dry so that I can grip it on the bottom while I do because I like to look at from the top and do the orange and then the red highlights. So we'll start with the yellow. I've even tried stirring this from the bottom a couple of times. I don't know, it's just the way it is. The white's kind of that way too.
Alright, there is corner number 3 of 10, which is 77%.
Yeah, approximately. So when I do that, I'm also going to do the touch up here on the
where it fell,
the egg, where it fell and accumulated dirt. And I think, if I just touch up the spots,
it should be okay.
It should be okay, and then we'll do another, I think, probably 2 coats of that gloss, which, it looks okay on it. And covered pretty well. except for where it stopped covering. Okay, so I'll just do this first. You can see the spots that need to be yellowed. Those will need a couple of coats, like they did the first time. Yeah, and then we'll put the gloss back over it, because this might not adhere to the gloss that well. But if there's 2 coats of gloss coat over it,
it should hold. They do. I do like the eggs. You did a good job with them.
Yeah, they were fun to paint. I mean, they took a while, but especially the metallic one with all the individual scale work. This one took a little while, just trying to figure out where the demarcation lines were going to go. You know, the pattern of it. I put the yellow up too high at first.
Oh.
Then when I brought the orange in, I was able to bring it back down.
Gotcha.
I had the yellow up 1 higher.
Oh, yeah, that would be too.
And it was just way too much yellow. But this worked out pretty well. And then, yeah, the number of patterns, because the number of scales actually worked out. Unlike with the spiral one, where it was one too many. But that black line ended up looking okay. No, this is covered pretty well. I can hardly even see where I did the touch-up.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. Flame, this whole thing is full of all sorts of nooks and crannies and, you know, things underneath like this. So
it's going to take a minute. So.
Yeah, it's going to take a minute to get paint on all of those surfaces. I'm using the little brush, which has an well, there's a piece there that, you know, sometimes you just find little spots where the piece of the plastic didn't quite come out. And with the yellow, that's going to show.
That's the danger of all printing. If you ever buy a 3D printed thing, make sure you check it for little knobs and filaments and things, depending on the type of 3D print. So something like like these, this is filament deposit, which means it's filament laid vertically. And sometimes you get a little threading from that filament that you have to watch out for and you can clean up. And if it's a resin print, sometimes you have little remainders of the support structure that stick onto the piece, and you have to sort of file those away or clip them or whatever.
Again, you know, a third of this, like this flame lick right here, at least a third of that will be painted orange and then red, and won't be all yellow, but those 2 colors cover much better
with an undercoat.
With an undercoat of the yellow. I'm just painting everything yellow except for the very, very tippy top here. It also makes it easier to see how it's coming along in terms of color, if it's all painted ahead of time. So it looks like it's coating pretty well, but you can still see that it's pretty translucent. So we'll definitely put a second coat on this whole thing when we get this done.
Some people watching might be wondering, well, wait, don't they normally do Final Fantasy 14 on Mondays? And yes, that is correct, but not anymore. As I'm sure.
It was the Final Fantasy, right? So it ended?
Yeah. That joke's never been made before.
Why not? You'd think it was so obvious that people would use it all the time.
As Lexi should be putting in our Monday update post right now, if you're watching live at least, we are pivoting to doing these painting streams 3 times a week instead of just the once.
Like last week.
Just like last week, that was sort of a soft opening.
What I did was a soft opening?
Yep. And
There's a lot of weird surface area on this giant flame thing.
People seem to like having the 3 a week. So we're going to start doing that. What it does mean that until we get more printers, I'm gonna be painting slightly slower, like today. Although some of this is just getting rust off, quite honestly. I'm painting a little more carefully because I haven't painted in a week. But, you know, don't want to burn through all of our models, otherwise we'll have to start figuring out something else to paint.
Yeah, we could work on my submarine.
Yeah, you have a submarine, right?
Mm-hmm. And an ME-262 that actually needs to be airbrushed. I need to figure out, relearn how to use an airbrush to do that.
What's an ME-262? Is that an airplane?
That's the German World War II 2-engine jet fighter.
Oh, like a Messerschmitt?
The Swallow. Yeah, that's what ME is. Okay, yeah, you can see that, you know, the yellow doesn't cover that well, and it will definitely need a second coat. Even though with a flame, you don't necessarily want everything to be totally uniform. You don't want it to look really scabby either. So I'm going to just set this aside for just a second. Clean the gumminess off the brush here. Let that set for a bit.
The one nice thing of the corners is that you can do this. Have it set on the table.
Oh, that's true, you can.
That's one of the positives of painting the corners.
I was thinking of painting this tree frog yellow too, but I don't know. What do you think?
If you're painting it as a poison dart frog, you're gonna want to start with black.
The whole thing black?
Yeah, so if well, it'll actually be good to look up a picture of a poison dart frog. I can put it up on screen here. But their whole thing is they have a black undercoat and then they have splotches, colored splotches on top of
On
that.
top of the black. Actually, I could use the kind of glossy black, couldn't I?
Yes, but I think it'd be better to go with a standard black, and then if you want a glossy finish to
just spray it.
add or put like a paint on lacquer on it, because the glossy paints don't take
no, they don't take other
paints on top nearly as well.
This is going to be a really tricky thing to paint because it's on this base, and you have to kind of paint up into the toes, which are not raised very high. I could see going back and forth many times. Okay, so I could paint the whole thing black. Just the full black, really dark black.
Yeah, I'd go with the Tamiya.
Yeah, and then paint the base, and then do touch up again.
So I'm gonna take a second and open up a web browser on our streamer thingy here. Poison. Sometimes, especially when you're doing animals, even if you're just painting them, I like when I did the jaguar, I just put up a reference image.
Right.
So you can get sort of that look down. So we have obviously a poison dart frog, so you have a very wide variety. I kind of like the blue ones.
Yeah, the blue ones are good, and we have a good blue color. We have aquamarine and regular blue. That would be close to that. There's the black with the yellow stripes.
There's red. There's green.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna look for.
I like that one, the black with the blue there, with
This
the
one?
aquamarine up, and then there's this one over.
This one?
Yeah, that one's kind of cool. That would be hard to paint.
So I can't really show everyone else on here, but I'm going to sort of shift it over here so I can still see things. Yeah. On the screen, but there you have sort of a reference up there on the screen now.
Okay. Well, I can get the black part done and the base, and that's going to take a while. This is really tiny. I mean, this is not your... Actually, I guess the scale of our characters, it's a giant...
It's a large frog.
Yeah.
I mean, you can always go just paint it green and be boring, but I feel like since I have a poison dart frog form as a druid.
So I'm going to paint the frog all black. What should I make the base? Like thick green or flat green? Probably green, right? It's
do
deep green.
I kind of like olive, drab.
Oh, that color. You think that would show good? Well, we'll see. So I'm going to paint it black, and I'm going to paint the base, and then that's going to get all over everything because these are tiny, tiny little toes, and I have to get underneath it. And I'll paint it black again, and then I'll touch up the base again, and I'll paint it black again. Back and forth until...
And looking at it, I feel like there's a question, because this turquoise is a very nice color. That feels a little more sky blue in the reference picture.
Yeah, it's like this color.
And we do have a light blue that might be more accurate, but
especially against the black.
But the turquoise might show better on a tiny model.
Yeah.
So it might be worth using this, even if it's slightly less, zoologically accurate.
But what we're looking for is
readability as well.
Yeah, is to have it show well on camera when Nines licks it.
You mean Soria, not it. Soria's the frog.
Well, you might not be the frog. We might come upon a real poison dart frog, like the one that you saw. So you learned how to be it.
I think Nines almost liked it. And then opted not to.
Yeah, I don't know why not.
Cowardice. Sorry, hiccups.
Probably would.
But generally speaking, with any animal, let me know. I'll pull up a picture for you. Because I find that
using a real model helps.
Using a real model, yeah. Like, I got a lot of information when I was painting jaguar spots a while back.
Oh yeah, about how they're not really spots.
About how they're sort of actually shaped. They're more like rings. With a little dot in the middle almost. Yeah,
that was amazing how you painted those.
Well, we have another big cat model, so I might do similar.
Another jaguar?
Yeah. But it's like an extra large cat, like scale wise. It's like a dire jaguar. It's this guy here. Because that's like in D&D terms, I guess that jaguar is about 7 or 8 feet long.
Oh no, at least 10. Just come, put it on one of the bases. Those are 5 feet each, right?
Yeah. So it's close to 10 if you count like the limbs and tail.
Yeah.
The body itself is maybe
like
6 or 7 feet.
Right.
Which is a very big cat. Not super realistic, but it's D&D, so it could be a dire jaguar or something. Alright, where was I?
We were painting corners and getting almost halfway done.
I am almost halfway done.
So this looks like 2 coats will be enough once it's dried to start doing orange highlights. I'll let that dry. Put the yellow away for the moment. I have to do the gas cloud too. Maybe I can work on that too. I was thinking,
Yeah, you were thinking?
yeah, using this kind of greenish color, the thick green, or a gas cloud with like tan highlights, maybe.
I was sort of thinking, you could do like a dark green, like the deep green, and then do sick green highlights. But
you think that would show?
well, how about this?
This color with that?
Do the sick green, and then put a thin translucent little highlights of yellow.
Yeah, that would be okay too. Well, I'll
Sort of get that.
I'll start with that.
Start with the sick green and sort of see where it goes, because this is a poison cloud trap that you're working on. I'm halfway done, and you know what halfway is in percentages, right?
Yeah, it's almost like
20%.
More than that, even. Sometimes.
It's close to 20%. Sometimes
this is going to be hard to do because the only place to grip it is on the end here, and that needs to be painted. So I'd have to do this in like a couple of stages. Anyway, we'll grab onto it with this thing and paint it all that green color. And after that dries, just do a little touch up on the spots that were held before. It seems to be about the only way to do that. Yeah, it's shiny, but not very. It doesn't look very thick. But when this one dries,
it actually
it gets grayer.
Yeah.
And less bright greens. So yeah, it's one of those paints that changes color really dramatically when it dries.
Which paint do you think changes the most dramatically?
I think one of the browns.
I would say Scarlet.
Oh, well, Scarlet does change
quite a lot.
Really a lot. Yeah, it goes on bright red.
This one here, Scarlet.
And then tones down into a dark bloody red.
That's why if you are painting with a new paint that you're not familiar with,
make a color chart.
Make a little swatch chart and label it. Then you'll know what they look like dry.
Because you can't tell from the bottle caps or the cat or the.
Some paints look exactly the same dry as wet. Some paints look drastically different. It depends a lot on brand and color and everything like that. And you don't want to buy like $100 miniature and paint it and then realize that color does not look good at all on what I was going for and have to repaint like some big complicated section.
So yeah, that doesn't look very thick, but once this dries, it'll definitely look better. And then, like Nikki suggested, I'm actually gonna make a couple of deep green highlights, just some flecks here and there.
In like the low sections of the cloud.
Yeah, down
in the
under,
creases.
In the creases, yeah, to highlight the texture of it.
So
and then yellow on the high points.
Yeah, generally speaking, with any 3D shape, your brain sort of expects higher points to be lighter and lower points to be darker, so you can play into that. So, like, the reason right now these walls look so flat and boring is they're one color, and your brain is expecting all of those cracks and crevices to be darker than they are. So when I wash this, the wash actually fills in those cracks and crevices quite a bit, and it makes the whole thing pop a lot more visually. It's the same basic principle.
Mm-hmm. So this flame is getting dry enough that I can pull my orange paint out. Touch up the egg at the same time. And then I'll start putting those highlights in and we'll see how that looks. I've had success so far. Let's see if I can do one more flame. But first we'll do this.
But
first,
the Tranya.
Yeah. Touch up the egg spots.
But first, the Tranya being a reference to the original series of Star Trek.
An obscure and not very good episode except for the Tranya.
Which was actually, do you know what?
Grapefruit juice.
Grapefruit juice, that's right.
And somebody, didn't Shatner hate grapefruit juice?
No, the actor who played the alien absolutely hated grapefruit juice, and he had to drink so much of it for the episode.
The price of fame, huh? Okay, so we'll paint the spots that had to be scraped off because of the dirt when this fell.
That's the story, at least, of that episode. I don't know how true it is, but...
Okay. So now there aren't any of those scabby parts. So we'll pull out the flame here. I'll look at it from the top. And basically I'm going to, the little points will be red, but down in here will be the darker orange. And kind of highlight the little spiky side planes.
Four more corners to go. And a lot of coffee for today. I got in the habit on vacation of staying up too late, and I have to grapple with that and get back on schedule.
I'm throwing the paint orange all the way to the top where the red will go so I can see kind of how that looks. There's this little lick of flame on the side there that's going to have orange on it.
Get my little demarcation down for the back side. And then like that down. Okay. Trying to keep this sort of random pattern going when you're doing the same piece over and over is a little awkward sometimes.
And that's a little tempting to just paint the same ones, right? So just trying to kind of, grab highlight spots.
Mm-hmm.
And then these little tips will end up with a red color in that. You have to be careful not to get too much red on it. That makes it look, it just shows the
Flaminess.
flaminess of the peaks of the flames.
Flaminess is the technical term. Yeah.
Yes. Why not? Okay. So that might be enough orange. Don't really need too much of it. Let that dry. And what we're going to do now, before that paint totally sets up, is take the poison gas cloud. You can see how it changed. How it's not quite as bright as it was. I take that off and just touch up these last bits on the base here where the clip was. Make sure the whole thing is covered.
Okay. We have 3 more to do.
So I'm going to let that dry, and then I'm going to take a dark green, a deep green, which is kind of more of an olive color, and just lightly brush into all the deep spots here, the shadow spots, to highlight the texture. And then we'll see how that looks. If that looks okay, what did you say, yellow?
Well, that was just a thought, yeah. Sort of
Yellow.
that sort of sickly green yellow kind of vibe. Yeah.
Dark sand might look good too, though. Rather than bright yellow. I think I'm going to try that.
Go for whatever we're learning.
Yeah, if that doesn't work, you just paint over it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that'll just sit there for a bit.
Yeah, to sort of walk a fine line in mini painting for something like D&D, where it's like you need the realistic look, but also it needs to sort of be emblematic. So like a lot of fire might look more merged than that, but you're almost making like an icon of fire, you know, without making it too cartoonish either. You know, it's sort of a fine line to walk. Like, for example,
You wanted to say that looks like fire, but not
a dungeon wall like this. If it was being built in the real world, it wouldn't just have brown stones mixed into it like this, most likely. Because they would presumably be getting it all from the same quarry, and it would all be like the same stone type. But especially once it's washed and it sort of tones it all together, these highlight colors create a visual pop artistically that help the overall brick design stand out more. So you're sort of giving up a little bit of the realism to help your brain sort of read it
as what you intend.
as what you're going for.
I'm getting the flat black notes. And I'm going to paint this frog. This frog will now become very messy. I need to get underneath there, which means the face will be painted. I need to get all the toes, which means the face will be all painted. So it's going to look like a vaguely frog-shaped splotch.
Yeah,
And
just
then
like Soria.
Yeah, and then I'll get a very fine brush. And that...
See,
I don't know how you can even get put down a spot of paint and kind of work it around the back toes here. And then I'll have to come back with a very fine brush and paint it again. I'm thinking this frog is going to take about as long as doing all of those corners.
possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Ooh, okay. That's totally dead. that jar has no paint in it. It has paint residue.
Which jar was that?
Black.
Oh yeah, remember I was like, that was from when we did the mission style houses. That just ate up all of the black.
Right, we used that for the wood parts of the stucco walls. Well, that took long enough that I can just move back to the poison gas cloud. I need to find the deep green.
The deep green, or were you doing the olive drab? No, the olive drab was the floor for the frog.
Yeah. Deep green. Okay, so I'm just going to hold this. And lightly brush in the lower parts. And we'll see how that looks. And if it doesn't look very good, then we'll just repaint it with the base color green. Good. Down here.
This whole time in my head, I've just had the chocolate coating makes it go down easy.
Mm-hmm. Don't go in for swimming.
For what?
Never. Just
An
don't
hour.
do it.
Just never swim.
Yeah, just don't. You could avoid that by staying out of water that's over your head.
Two more to go. So many walls. That should look good with highlights.
Mm-hmm. Trying to get a sense of like turbulent flow here.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's not bad. We'll just do some little highlights on it with some color. Not very many, just little spots here and there. Highlight the gaseous nature of it.
Mm-hmm.
So cap that up. Next, what we're going to do is finish the flame with some red paint.
Just really avoiding that frog, huh?
Okay, well, frog then.
I'm just joking.
Black paint out and make a black frog splotch.
A little inky black frog.
Splotch, yeah. Well, the toes, you have to, to get the black in between the toes, it'll just get everywhere. And then the other color, tiny little one bristle brush kind of up against them. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Somehow, I think the alligator is going to be easier.
Maybe.
Okay, so get all inside and around the edges. These little froggy feet. Underneath a little froggy belly. Oh yeah, everything's going to be painted black. That's great. So I won't be able to see anything.
What kind of black? You're doing the flat black, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you can see this is, you know, losing its frog shapeness as it becomes the base coat of black. But that's the first part. You know, you have to get the little tippy toes.
And at the end, you're gonna have to somehow get the eyes with the glossy black, right?
Mm-hmm. I might just do that with a pen. Sometimes you can just do that with a good pen. This is going to be almost worse than painting Drillmar's figure, where there were spots that were impossible to paint.
At least it's smaller.
That doesn't make it easier.
There's less surface area.
Yeah. Try to get all the frog bits of this painted black. And then I'll get out the whatever I'm going to do for the base. And try to paint back up to the frog without getting too much.
Make it really easy to see. Use the olive green. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I am on the last corner. Whoever designed this dungeon, jeez.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes you think, you know, that happens in a lot of things, that designers, like cars, even airplanes and things, they say, oh, this is going to look really cool, let's design it to look like this, right?
Like
Without
a jet plane to look like a llama.
Yeah, without thinking about like what it would really take to make it. So places that are most successful have, you know, multidisciplinary engineering teams so that their manufacturing engineers work along with their design engineers to say, yeah, that looks really cool. It's too bad that it would cost, you know, 10 times what we could possibly get for this product to actually manufacture. So maybe you want to rethink that. Yeah, it's surprisingly difficult to splash this paint all over the place to make sure I get all the toes, froggy toes. Probably, you know what I should just do is paint the whole thing black, right? Rather than forget it that way. That way it's done, and I can see better what I'm working with. And the color of the olive drab brown coat will be more uniform.
I'm gonna try and get the little toes colored blue like it is on the actual front.
Well, splotchy blue.
Yeah.
Yeah. This frog is basically going to be a failure, and then somebody will come along and just paint it green.
Well, with the poison dart frog, what's really gonna sell it is that bit on the top where it has this like defined line or over the eyes,
right?
And then going down the back a little.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can't see it because everything's now flat black.
That's what's gonna
stripe around there.
That top stripe, and then like the stuff on the back is what's really gonna sell it as a poison dart frog.
Yeah, and being able to see the feet.
Because the feet on the poison dart frog are just really splotchy. The black and the turquoise, but what your brain will really identify as poison dart frog is the
kind of cowl.
What they see on the top and back.
I think getting black underneath here, if nothing else, it'll look like a shadow. I can't get the other darker paint in there. But if it's primer color, then it'll show, and that won't be good. Well, that was kind of a good idea to just paint the whole thing black, because now I can see where the toes are again. Here's an idea. It's a shadow frog.
From the shadow realm.
It's from the shadow realm, and it's hiding in the shadows. See?
Sneaky frog. Is that what you want to go with? Should I wash it black?
Yeah, might as well, right? Yeah, well, I have to get the edges of this base sometime, but that probably can wait until some other time. Set that aside for the moment.
Let it dry.
And get the red paint out and finish the flame.
Do you do like red or do you do scarlet red?
No, I do red.
One last side. Just the back side here.
Yeah, but think when you're done with the corners, other than that one hallway piece, which is
also awful.
Yeah.
That's what I'll be doing next.
The rest of them, there's only like 4 walls.
And then some pillars.
The trap walls.
Yeah. There's only 4 walls. Some trap walls, some pillars.
There's only 8. Some door frames. Yeah, that's really kind of an evil thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to use the dark sand paint. If I can find that. Is that it?
No, this is.
No, this is both
dark sand.
Dark sand, and just paint some high point highlights. And see how that looks on here. Although the dark tan, well, I'm changing my mind.
You don't want to use a cup for the value, huh?
No, I think it's going to be too not. I think this dark tan will go better with the green.
The deck tan?
Color. No, you used a lot of that for something. Did you use it for some of the walls ones?
The deck tan, I believe, was the walls and all the mission
Hmm.
style buildings that we did for a one shot that hasn't released yet. I'm done with corners. Now I'm gonna get this piece out of the way, which is also a huge pain because it's very hard to reach inside. And you're not gonna be able to see a lot of what I'm doing because when I need it held this way, there's gonna be a wall in front of it, and I am sorry about that. It's just the unfortunate reality of this shape. There's not a good way for me to hold it, to paint it, and to show me painting it at the same time.
No, getting into the hallway, not easy.
But I will show you the end product when I'm done. What?
I think this is actually turning out okay.
The poison clown? Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Why don't you show the folks at home? Since it's a little small right now. Here, holding it. There you go. Yeah, with the dark and the light, it's looking pretty good. Although it's having a real hard time focusing. There it goes.
So that's a cloud of gas, nasty stuff coming out at you.
If you wanted, one thing you could do is a light green wash over the top. Not much, but a little.
So there's your roiling, oiling coming at you, kind of unpleasant green stuff.
I must have had a little brown on the desk because there was a little splotch that formed on the back of this as I was sitting. Oh, I have to go through before I wash and do touch up on every block just to make sure everything is in place before I put the more permanent wash in. And it's not really permanent, it's just more of a pain because if you need to correct something, now you have to wash it all over again, and you basically want to start from scratch then. But you can paint over it. But you want to make sure everything looks right before you do the wash, ideally.
So we're going to paint the flame tips red.
You can sort of see down in there where I have painted.
Remembering that the egg needs touch up. There's spots there. And we'll take care of those right away. Okay, looks like our egg has come back to life again.
Great.
Yep, and then we'll put a couple of coats of that gloss lacquer on it. Make sure it's evenly coated all around, and it will be shiny. And then so what we do here is we take the very tips of the little flame points, yeah, and in the bed, not too terribly much. Just bring it down into the flame.
Trying to show where I'm painting here. It's a little hard with this one, obviously. Marking where my bricks are.
Most fires really don't have red in them.
But your brain expects it,
But,
because
yeah,
that's what you see in like image icons, images, pictures, things like that. And that's sort of what I was talking about with the tug between sort of a realistic look and a what your brain expects look, you know?
Mm-hmm. And the other thing is that if there is a darker color, it's usually like inside, but here you kind of expect it to be at the high points like that. So I found that that kind of works. So that's what I'm doing, is putting a little more red on the higher areas. Real big flame thing on the top here.
Here is the tunnel.
Ooh, that's a big spider.
Where?
Yeah.
I don't see it. Oh, yeah, it's a big old wolf spider. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like, with the legs, it's like a quarter. Well, as long as it doesn't come over here, that means it's killing bugs for us. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just keep my feet up off the ground. Right?
Yeah, I don't think it'll bother you.
It should not. Okay, I got through all the corners and the hallway. Slide those back. All I have left are a bunch of walls and some pillars. So I have 4 of these sort of standard floor wall combos. that I will tackle next, which should be a breeze after all those corners.
Yeah, so
So, buttons.
don't want to walk into that.
Yeah, no, that's good. Right, I can't set it like that anymore because it's not a corner. The muscle memory betrayed me.
Yep, so it's going to come out of the wall. Things come out of the wall in this dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, don't want to really walk into that. It'll be all scorched. So there's that. And then you don't really walk into that either, because that would be all, unpleasantly gassy.
Was there something that's pleasantly gassy?
Mm-hmm.
These walls are much more simple. Alright.
Really tell if that's a shiny spot or a spot that just didn't get painted. It looks like, yeah, didn't get painted, so I'll have to get the black out again. Oh, there's little spots here and there where it didn't get covered.
That primer is not as good at adhering as the Vallejo primer.
The primer that you get with the figures when you buy them?
No, these were the spray primer.
That's the spray. Oh, that's right.
We use the spray can primer, which is like, we use it only when we have like, here's one little thing that needs to be primed sooner.
Yeah.
And
it's not designed for plastic models.
It's not really designed. It's far from ideal, basically, but it does end up hinge based. But sometimes it means you have to put a little extra coat here or there.
Yeah, the paint doesn't adhere to it as well. At least not this stuff. You can see it way down underneath this leg, behind the last toe, where it's deep in the shadows, didn't get covered, and that really needed to be, because that'll show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A little bit under the frog chin there.
A frog chin is when your chin has one of those big inflatable, right?
Yeah, one of those big
and you
pouches.
can croak with it.
Big chin pouches.
Yeah.
Get that on some lizards too.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. Is it just for getting a whole bunch of air for croaking? Is that like the only reason?
Yeah, kind of like a bagpipe effect.
Frogs, the bagpipe of animals.
Yeah.
We've had some loud frogs coming into our area lately. Right?
We haven't. Yeah, actually, just a couple of days ago, we had one out there. It was pretty loud.
It hasn't warmed up enough yet, but when the tree frogs hit, we live out in a heavily wooded area, and at night, when the tree frogs are going, it's just this constant drone of, you know.
Yeah, it's really loud.
You kind of tune it out.
Let's see, alligators are kind of light on the bottom, aren't they? They're kind of a...
Do you need me to pull up an alligator picture?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe what I'll do is I'll paint the inside of the mouth first. That'll be red, I would think. I'm gonna use the scarlet red for that.
Yeah, probably pink, actually.
Pink?
But we don't have a pink.
No, we don't.
But that's what it would be on an alligator.
Hmm.
Here, I'll find us.
I could make pink, I guess. But
and see, look at that. It's sort of like a melon.
yeah.
Where it's like pink with a yellowy beige.
Yeah, and then they're kind of lighter colored underneath.
Yeah, it's sort of like yellowed egg custard color. Right?
Yeah, kind of like the dark sand or the buff.
And then they're actually almost more muddy black than
green.
Than like what you think of as green.
Well, I'm thinking I would do like the flat green and then put a black wash on it.
Yeah, that might work.
I'm going to use the dark sand.
The dark sand should be pretty close
To the belly color.
to the belly color, actually.
Yeah, I can do that next.
This is the dark sand here.
I
Okay.
can do this before break while I'm still kind of tired. I'm just a little tired, and I can get the bottom of it done, and then I can turn it over and work on the top.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I am going to keep painting walls. Is the giant spider gone?
Yeah, somewhere. There. Probably inside something, waiting to leap out at.
At me?
Huge and kind of like in
The general you.
public, yeah. So I'm gonna paint the bottom side of this alligator this color. That's actually gonna work pretty well. And I'm gonna go a little too far because I'm gonna paint down back into it with the.
I'm almost thinking the olive drab with a black wash will get that alligator color.
Yeah, wood, the really dark.
And if you want, I can do the black wash part.
Mm-hmm.
I know you like it when I do the wash.
Then I have to do
The shading.
inside of the mouth.
Yeah.
But if I can get this belly color in, and
Yeah, I would put the dark sand in the entirety of the mouth based on what I was looking at in those pictures. Fill the whole mouth with the dark sand, and then, yeah. Because if you look at our reference pictures here, like, they have this dark sand color continues into the mouth, and it's only in, like, the very
very
back of the
pink.
esophagus that becomes pink.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Paint the inside of it then. Might as well, I'll paint the teeth while I'm at it too. And then we'll paint those later.
yeah, the teeth will probably be near the end, closer to the end. After you've gotten the pink throat and stuff back in there.
But again, you want one of those things where you want the base color to be right.
Mm-hmm. How did I do that?
With your brush.
I guess so. That's cleanup work.
So we're getting the bottom color in, knowing that what we'll be doing is the darker color will come down into it, and that'll be the demarcation line.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well then the cleanup on that. I'm gonna actually do a second top stone. One more standard wall to do, and then I have this trap wall piece and a number of these individual trap walls, sections, 4 of them to be precise. There. Just stick with it until you're done. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Everything you do, you'd be one step closer to the finish. That's why you have those unhelpful aphorisms like journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step.
Or a tabaxi hanging off of a branch that says hang in there.
Mm-hmm. You know, closer to being done than when we started. That's always really encouraging. It's like, oh yeah, I'd really like to be working on this for like 4 hours and not be closer to being finished. Do you think a green wash on this yet?
If you feel like it was just an idea. I don't know how much it would actually add.
Yeah, you can't tell how much it would show. I mean, it would cover the lighter color, but it wouldn't show it all against probably the rest of them.
Yeah, no, just like we have a green wash, so I was mentioning it.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's the gator belly.
One gator belly. Did you get in the mouth too?
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, Sometimes you think you got everything and then you look back and it's not. I think I'll paint the teeth white next. Just to
Before you get the pink down in the mouth?
Yeah.
Okay. If you trust your hand that much.
No. But at least I'll see where they are.
Uh-huh. I would do them in ivory.
Yeah. And if I need to do the sand touch-up, which I almost certainly will, then I'll be able to do that. Okay. I have a lot of drying paint in this cup. So I'll just put some water in. And on break, I'm going
I'll clean things
to
up.
clean things up, right? And if these cups get used too much, they just get hot. Because we've got a drawer full of them. Okay,
All right.
so
I am done with all the regular walls now, so I have this one that has the other side on it, and then 4 detached walls that are magnetized so that they, if I could aim right, there we go. They sit on like that and create. That way when you're a DM, you can take one of the plain ones, have it like that, right? And then when they stumble into your trap, drop it on there, take your poison and stick it in, and now you're getting shot with the poison cloud. It's kind of fun. So when I get to it, I want to make each of these walls match the trap wall that goes with it in the bricks.
yeah, you want all 4 to be the same.
Theoretically.
Yeah, because you don't want to have to kind of match them up.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have all of these matched in their brown brick things. But before I get to those, I have this wall to do, which can be anything.
Bright brass. That would be shiny teeth.
You need ivory.
Here's some. That one's not open yet. Okay. I'm going to take my break now.
Yeah, you want a break?
Yeah, a quick break. And then, yeah, so that I had a little something to drink and a little something to eat. And then I can come back and start doing the base around the bottom of this frog. And just, I don't know, we'll just see how it goes. It is tiny little, like next to impossible places to get paint underneath the frog there. And in between the toes. But it'll look pretty good if I can pull it off. Let's see. If not, I'll give it to Nikki and she'll do it.
Well, when you
I'm
come
much
back,
better at painting like alligator.
when you come back from break, will you bring me more coffee?
Would you like coffee?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to make sure my hands are very jittery without too much caffeine.
Yeah, you want to make sure. Okay. Be back in about 10.
Alright, I will switch myself over to the solo scene here. Although the camera is not correct right now, so I will have to fix that quick. Let me get this paint on, since I have my brush loaded. And drop that in the water, seal up my paint. And make a quick change. I'm just hiding right under there. Isn't that nice? So all I have to do really is hide that. There I am. Great. Alright. it was a good time to clean my brush anyway. I've been using it for about 2 hours straight. Ideally, you should clean your brush a little more often than that, but I've been a little in the zone. Haven't been paying attention. Alright, I'll get back to it, I guess. So, that's a spot. And one away there. And then that one. Alright. Okay. Pretty easy. There we go. Set that over to dry. So I could tackle these walls next, I think. And then that will just leave me with simple things like these door frames. Relatively simple. I should add. And then I can do cleanup. And once I've done cleanup, I can wash and make it all look finished. So these walls need to be interchangeable, so I'm actually going to select one pattern to generate one pattern, and then I'm going to copy that pattern on all 4 walls. So I'm going to start with just one of the standard walls here. Let's go this one, this one, this one, this one. That seems like a good random selection. So the general idea behind these walls... Exactly. Control copy, control paste. I wish that was that easy for this. I really... Yeah, that would be nice. Because the general idea is this trap plate here is actually on the same wall, but it's hidden from the players. So when they walk by it, you can swap this wall in with the trap plate on it for the standard wall in the dungeon. And that way there's not a visual cue to the players that there's a trap there if they're walking or running through your dungeon by having this plate sitting there. And you can have that sort of wall section hidden to look like a standard wall tile like this. And then as they walk by, suddenly it reveals that they've triggered this trap. And you can swap what trap effect goes into that plate. These are all magnetized to hold each other. So, because these are just single walls though, I'm going to do the other side all at once. I'm not gonna swap it yet. I'm just gonna have my reference up above. Make sure I'm hitting the same spots, like so. And then I like to do these little dots just to give myself a quick tool so I don't have to keep referencing back up above for each one. I have a little demarcation. And then once these are all dry, I can flip them over, do the same on the other side. And it'll be good. We will get the standard walls painted like so. And then I'm pretty close to being able to wash, which will be exciting. I'll be able to probably finish this dungeon set today at this rate. Alright. So the only thing I have to be aware of is this brick has the plate on it. So it's going to be, the brown brick here is going to be tucked behind the plate. The little corner of the plate here. Which will be done in brass, probably. A bright brass. After it's been washed. So that it stands out. I'm going a little quick here, but it's mostly because I've done so much of these bricks today. I'm looking forward to getting past them. Alright, almost done copying and pasting. There we go. That is what I get for going too quick. I got a little splotch there, but that's easy to clean. I mean, we want it to stand out solely because it's invisible when it's this wall, and then when they spring the trap and it appears, making it nice and visible for everyone to see where they really sprung that trap. But if it was a built-in trap that wasn't switchable, I would probably actually, try to blend it in to the wall. Like, I could have it be, you could do some fun stuff, like put sort of a mossy design on the wall, and then you could do a metal plate and put a green wash on it to sort of have it camouflage in with the wall. Because of the sort of setup that we have for this specific dungeon set, though, I am going more for visibility because it's ostensibly completely hidden when it's, so this is the base floor. You can have it sitting like this, just be a standard wall. And then your player walks by and the DM can pull the whole wall off and drop in the wall that has the trap on it. And it makes it a completely hidden piece then. That's the only reason that we're not trying to sort of camouflage the plate, but rather sort of show it off.
Okay. So.
Welcome back. Oh, here.
Oh.
Thank you for bringing me coffee.
If I can do alligator teeth, that'll be a pain, but, you know, it needs to be done. Or I can try to paint some of the frog, but I think I'll work on the alligator here for a minute. Get those teeth in, and then, since it'll slop around a little bit, maybe have to retouch some of the hand color. We'll see. Let's see how well I do with this little brush. And this fairly viscous ivory color. I'm going to take glasses off. I have to see little stuff up close.
So, these are mostly dry here on the first ones I did. So I'm going to first move my paint so I can reach it. Do the top brick. And then I am going to flip it over.
Do the top piece first.
And this is actually sort of in the reverse. So I want to double check, make sure I'm hitting the same bricks on the other side. And then that one.
The alligator has fairly tiny teeth,
Yes.
but you don't really want to, you know,
Get bitten by one?
no, not really. You don't want the paint on too thick like that glob there. You don't want to lose the detail of the teeth.
For some reason there's like a little yellow on the brush. I wonder where that came from. Alright, so there's my backside. And I need to do the same on the other three. So that these walls are all identical and interchangeable. There's one, obviously. There's one. And then there and there. It goes with the guide I have above. Get, you know, alligator teeth in.
Mhm.
Do you want to move the camera a little lower so people have a good shot of it?
Yeah, and then I can see better too.
Because you get a little more light.
Mm-hmm.
So you're getting face coats in on the alligator, so you can sort of get a sense of its.
Alligator in the
Let me know if you need the reference image ever, and I'll pull it up for you.
this little spot that ended up not having paint on it for some reason.
It's not primer. Sometimes the paint, if you use a less than perfect primer, sometimes you don't get adhesion
Yeah.
from the paint. That's the main reason to use a primer, is that a lot of the paints won't adhere directly to the plastic, or they will, but it'll be not great. The primer creates a surface that is easier for the paint to adhere to. But
at least that's the theory.
a subpar primer can sometimes have a similar effect to just painting on the plastic. And you need like an extra coat in a couple little spots sometimes.
Yeah, and I might have just rubbed it off. It was right on the tip of the chin.
Well, that's another reason to use gloves when you paint. Using gloves not only protects you by getting less paint all over your fingers, but with miniatures, you can often rub paint off or deposit oil from your hand and stuff onto the miniature, which usually isn't too big of a problem when you're painting something like a dungeon tile and you're just going like, I'm not touching it more than just a little bit. But when you're painting a miniature, a very detailed one, you're going to be handling and turning it a lot, which is why it's good to either use a handle like this, where you attach the miniature and you can rotate it on the top here, or to wear a glove to protect your model from the oil in your hand, and you're not wearing any gloves.
Nope.
Why? Any particular reason?
No, just didn't do it. Okay, actually I think that turned out pretty well.
Yeah, it's looking alligator-y. You'll need to get some pink down in the throat, and then
some sort of green, olive drab, like you said, with some black wash maybe.
yeah, alligators are almost black actually, so if you do an olive drab, which is a very dark camouflagey green, and then we do a black wash on top of that, it should closely mimic the alligator color.
Take this dark sand and just touch up that one little spot, because I'm going to forget it.
Yep. And I have one more of these to do.
So for this frog base, you really think the olive drab?
I mean, it's in a jungle, presumably.
I'm kind of thinking the deep green.
Whatever you feel like is fine. I just like the olive drab as a color.
Okay, I'm gonna start the next impossible job of painting underneath this frog here. Seriously, there's a little spot that I haven't gotten painted. Probably because you can't get a brush in it.
I'll find a way to get a brush in there. Right? Alright, so all the walls are done. The only places I still need to do bricks are the door frames here, and these are inside corner pillars. that is it as regards to the brown brick. So I'm gonna do the door frames next, because that's like 2 inside corners, and getting those done will be nice. And then once that's all done, I'll go through, clean everything up. There's a couple splotches here and there. Happens when you're painting a lot of volume. I'll just want to touch all those up, make sure it's all looking good. And then once it's dry, I can do my washing and really get it looking good.
I'm going to try using this little holder and see if it works. That allows me to paint the rest of this black while I'm at it. And do one kind of final inspection of the black undercoat on the frog.
Let's see.
So when I paint the frog, the paint will go up on top of probably the edges of the toes a little bit.
Yes.
But I have to remind myself that this is being viewed from the top. So how it looks from the top is more important than how it looks from like
underside.
there, because nobody's going to get down there.
Presumably. So, pretty straightforward. Well,
Okay.
bits there.
So I'm going to try to just like put a little paint down and then push it up with this tiny little brush in between the toes. There. So there's one toe. Okay. Okay.
Getting your floor in?
Yeah.
You're off camera, but although it's kind of just a dark splotch of black circle right now, because it's, you know,
Yeah.
it's just all painted black for the moment.
Try to get underneath the frog as far as I can get it. That's really deep in the shadows, but still, I don't want it to show too much.
Okay. 2 doors. And the last door here. Let's go. Oh, what do I want to do for the other side? I'll go with this one. Okay. Now, all I have left are these two pillars. And then I get to clean it all up and prime, and not prime.
Why?
I've been doing brown bricks for 2.5 hours, so my brain's a little fuzzy.
Yeah, doing those bricks, it takes a long time to do that. Okay, so I'm gonna stop right here
Mm-hmm.
and say, is that green so dark that you can't see the frog feet?
No, that'll be good.
You think so?
Yeah, especially once you have the turquoise
Okay.
going in, because the frog's toe tips are actually turquoise in the picture.
Mm-hmm.
Our reference image.
This tiny little brush is working pretty well. I don't use this one very often because I try to avoid doing this kind of extreme detail. My hands are not as steady as they might have been, I don't know, 600 or 700 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it's working pretty well, pushing this paint up between the toes and up against the bottom of the frog. And the black has just enough glossiness to it that it kind of shows off too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's sort of a satin finish,
Mm-hmm.
which should be
Yeah, it
nice.
says flat, but it has a little bit of gloss to it.
Alright. With this brick, I'll be through with the brown.
And get the last brick.
Yep. I eventually got there. Alright, so the brown is officially done. I can close up the bottle here. So, my next job is to go through and make sure everything is
The color it should be.
the color it should be. There's a spot or two. I know I accidentally got some paint on this finger and touched something, and I have to clean it up. Is this the field blue here? So I'm gonna be going through with each with the neutral gray and field blue, cleaning up any spots using a smallish brush, And then, once that's all done, I'll be able to do all the finishing work of doing a whole lot of blackwash to really pump some life into all of these tiles. So, I'm going to start with my neutral gray here. I'm going to use this brush here. It's sort of a nice small-ish brush. Get it open. There we go. And I'm going to start with some of the ones I did first, because they're going to be far and away the driest. And all I'm doing is looking through quick to see if there's any spots that are problematic. And what I immediately found out as problematic is I never put the brown on this side of this wall. There are so many corners. I just missed that. So I'm setting this piece aside for fixing. They're supposed to look like that on the back. And mostly what I'm looking for is spots where maybe the brush hit a brick a little too much, that it won't be covered up with black wash, and putting a little corrective splash of gray over it.
Into the outside of the broad disc here.
So something like this I would correct, where the brown went a little too far over onto that neighboring brick, and I'll just drop a little gray over it to cover that up. That's really all I am looking for, generally speaking. In this process, it's actually fairly quick. Outside of finding any major glaring errors, like the fact that I missed a whole backside of one of the corner pieces. But that's something that you catch by doing this, hopefully.
Okay. So there is a poison dart frog sitting on
Some green.
some green, jungly looking. And we're going to let that dry. When you look at it that way, I don't know if you can see it that way, but it stands out pretty well against the green. I'm going to let that dry, and then I'm going to go back to the alligator and I'm going to make some pink paint.
I'd do maybe scarlet and ivory.
Together?
Yeah, give it a slightly more organic look than the like bright
And the bright red.
red.
So basically I want to get the paint like in the back, right?
Yeah,
But I
and
want to
then-
leave some of the
Yeah, so if I pull up our reference of an alligator, like the back of the esophagus has this pink tone to it, but where the teeth are and everything, it actually maintains that sort of tan yellow color.
So not quite up to the teeth. Okay. Well, let's see what we can do with that. Actually, I've got some ivory left there on the teeth.
Seems like a great opportunity to just
Put some red on it.
make use of that. So, This is one I have to fix with field blue. I got some brown off my finger on the floor piece. But since I'm doing neutral gray right now, I will come back to it.
No, maybe not. Don't know how dark that'll be when it dries, but it looks okay now.
Yeah, if you're very sparing with it, it's a very pale pink in the mouth there.
Yeah. I could put a little touch more ivory on
I
it.
put a little more ivory in it personally. If you were trying to be biologically accurate to a alligator mouth.
Mm-hmm.
But that could be one of those things where you go, I want it to read more than I want it to be accurate.
Yeah, I want people to see it.
So you might make it a little pinker in order to be visible. You know?
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those give and takes. You have to sort of walk that line.
Yeah, mix a little bit of ivory in with it. So it'll probably get darker when it dries. Okay, well, there. Use the tuner brush again. And try to get this into the back of the alligator throat without touching anything else.
Okay, so the neutral gray is all cleaned up. How is the Soria alligator coming?
Yeah,
Yeah?
it's coming along.
Alright.
Hard to work inside the alligator.
Before I do the field blue, I'm going to correct this mistake of not putting the brown bricks on the other side here. And when you're doing 10 corners, it's something that happens, I guess, and it's easy to fix. I just gotta get a little brown on my brush and figure out which ones are yeah. Alright. I thought I was done with this brown for the day, but
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do more tan. This mouth is difficult to work in.
that's kind of why I was wondering why you're doing the teeth first, but
I wanted to see where the teeth were.
gotcha. Alright. There we go.
I'm gonna have to go back to pan around those edges, just to kind of round them off. Coming at it from the outside might be a little easier than the inside.
Okay.
But how does that look though on the bottom?
I think that'll be good.
So,
Especially once we put a little black wash with it to shade things.
Okay, so I'm gonna get the that I use before. Using the dark sand for this guy. I guess so. So touch up around the edges, and then go back with the ivory and the teeth.
So I think I'm just gonna give a quick visual inspection. There's maybe 2 tiles that need field blue cleanup. This one has a tiny bit of neutral gray here, and this one has that brown splotch I accidentally got. Otherwise, I think they look generally okay.
Okay. That was interesting.
Alright, cover up my mistakes. Okay, so I don't want to do a wash immediately while some of those are drying. Wash and wet paint doesn't mix. Well, it does mix, that's the problem. So, and I want it to be a translucent layer on top of the, on top of what I'm doing. So, I'm going to take a second to clean these brushes that I have been using. And I am going to run upstairs quick and reheat my coffee because it's kind of cold.
Yeah, okay.
And I like warm coffee. And our stream has dropped, so this is a YouTube exclusive section because our recording is working just fine. So I don't know why our stream is. At least we might be streaming. We might be kind of choppy, but it's in the red right now in my little notification thing. So I'm gonna troubleshoot that while I heat up some coffee. You continue to entertain and have your gator on camera because it's not right now.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do I think I'll continue working on the mouth here. Might as well finish that. I'm going to get the
teeth,
the tan in, and then retouch the teeth. When you the inside of the mouth. Where
so I'm thinking instead of a black wash, an umber might actually be better.
Oh, on the gator?
Yeah.
I think so. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is where the pink got sloppy. I'm not worried about the teeth because I'll get those next. But the inside of the mouth, where I want the line to be further in. So I'm painting over the teeth, but that's okay because I'll be painting over them again. But I'm mainly concerned about the pink inside the mouth. Basically that. And then check the bottom. And there's just this little bit. to be just evened out. That's pretty good. And I'll be coming back and I'll do the ivory on the teeth so that they're not, you know, I mean, I could make them look bloody, but that's really not the point there. Nobody's going to see that way inside. Okay. So that was the tiny little bits. Let that dry for a minute. Pull out the ivory and redo the teeth. And then paint olive drab. I'll start up here. Right along the teeth line.
Warm coffee. Just had to reheat it. I don't. Unless it's iced coffee and it's like made to be iced, I'm not a big fan of cold. Okay. Yeah, our stream is. We were having a little internet buffering issues there, so.
Is it back?
I mean, I don't think it stopped. It just sort of.
Broke up?
It got a little choppy. Not too much we can do on this end, unfortunately.
I'm just okay. Get the red out on these.
Am I on the black wash stage?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, you checked them all a couple of times. Did you do that one that was missing?
Yeah, I cleaned up the one that was missing. So, I'm going to get my station set up, basically, for doing said wash. I kind of want to get my pieces all in order and then have a space available to put them after they've been washed. So, let me just knock my camera around a bit, apparently. That's always important to do. Okay. So, there's, generally speaking, I do about 2 different types of applications of black wash. One is dungeon tile black wash, where I'm going to be using a nice big brush and really working a lot into it to really create that tone and semi-realistic look and everything. The other is what I'll be doing eventually on the animals, which is a very slow, careful black wash application that's more of a shading effect than it is a washing.
So what I'm going to do now is very carefully olive drab around the teeth here and get out a little bigger brush and hopefully find a reasonable demarcation line. Some of it's pretty clear, like the scale is changed right here along the bottom, and this whole thing is basically going to be olive drab.
I'm gonna actually start with these floor sections because these have just been sitting around and they're very dry and ready to go. Do you wanna look at an alligator again? So there's definitely blending that occurs in between the. Here's a big side view. So
yeah,
if you look, the dark coloration actually goes down almost underneath, pretty much just to where it's underneath.
Yeah, right here where the right about there.
Right about there. The big difference is around the head. It keeps some of that coloration in the neck line.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps some of that lighter color. And it looks like
even up around the jaw here on the top.
Yeah. But the main body, that dark, goes very far down and sort of fades.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to like get it down to about there and then maybe almost dry brush.
Dry brush towards the belly.
Yeah, and around the edges.
And it's the same story on the arms. And then one thing that you might consider doing, if you feel like it, is that you can see it actually has some, I want to say spots, striations, of lighter and darker green, brownish green. So you might take something like the deep green
and do a little bit of that,
and do a little, or the forest, I think, is also dark green, deep green.
Deep green is more of a browner.
Yeah, maybe do deep green. And I, meanwhile, need the cup. Do we have the open black wash somewhere specific? Because there's 3 there, but I think those are closed.
These are under washes.
There was a big bottle of black wash. Here it is.
Yeah, you should be able to tell because it's
lighter.
Well, yeah. Might as well put a smudge on the outside too, so that you can.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm giving this a nice, good shake and having some coffee while I do it. And it looks like our internet's slowing down again. I wonder what's going on. Kind of annoying. Sorry everyone who's watching live about the slowdowns.
Yeah, it had been running pretty well for a while.
Now, I know I need a fair amount of black wash, and I also know this cap likes to splash back a bit when I snap it shut. So I'm just getting a nice big cup of black wash to start out here, and my glove's going to be very messy. So I'm starting with these floor sections just because they have been sitting around for some time. I like to start in the crevice like that and move out, and it really quickly turns this dark blue into a dark blackish kind of menacing stone color. Very quickly, with just some nice gentle application of the wash. So that is the sort of dark menacing color I'm going for. The shininess goes away as it dries. Basically what wash is a extremely watered, well, thinned, not watered down, but thinned paint that helps create this sort of translucent effect, and it also, because of how thin it is, has a tendency to seep down towards cracks with gravity. So, and it sort of collects, so you can see it creates this imperfect surface, which is what I want, where some areas are going to be darker than others, and it often will play with the physical space of the model, because it's a three-dimensional model. There are little sections that are raised and lowered from one another. And this will help get into those and create a visual, distinctive look. I'm going to hide the crocodile or alligator quick for a second so I can see my screen a little better. Is that alright?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, starting with the big corners here. The black wash gets pulled up very easily into a brush. So I'm actually doing very light dipping into the canister or the cup in order to help control the sheer volume of black wash that forms, that gets onto it. But you can see it really tones everything down. And that is what I'm going for because this is a menacing dungeon. And I want that dark, worn, foreboding look. And I'm trying not to be too fast with the brush stroke. Mainly because wash has a tendency on uneven surfaces to create some bubbling. Like there's a bubble right here, might not be visible, but you want to minimize and remove those. They have a tendency to, when they dry, create a ring. So unless that's an effect you want for, I don't know, like a bubbling pot or something. Controlling your rate of brushing and then going back and breaking up any bubbling that you see will help control it. So that's sort of what a tile will look like. It'll look a little better when it dries. What do you think?
Yeah, that looks pretty doomy.
So, here's a little side-by-side comparison. It'll lighten up and stuff a little bit as it dries, but I want it that dark, menacing color. Washing always feels like you're doing a lot of painting really quick.
Because you are.
You will get drops on your table. That is kind of part of it when you're dealing with this much wash. This is not how I would generally wash a character figure, for example, or a miniature. That is a much more slow, deliberate kind of shading effect, like I did with the giant scorpion from a ways back now. But for a dungeon set where you want this sort of grungy, larger look, using a big brush like this works quite well. And you can see by how much it darkens the it relatively darkens the neutral gray a lot more than it does the the brown or the floor. So it actually helps pull what might otherwise be a very bright flat gray into the same space as the other colors that are on this dungeon. And the big thing you want to do is absolutely make sure you have gotten all the sides. A wash, once it's dry, is a little tricky to wash more over. Basically what it does is, if you use photo editing software, like, if you have like a translucent layer and then you try and put another translucent layer over it to match, it just makes it extra dark. That's a problem you can run into when you're doing a wash on top of a wash. It's not gonna match, it's just gonna make it even darker. And that's why you want to make sure you don't do something like I did with the brown bricks, which was easy to fix with the wash, where you're suddenly realizing, oh, I didn't even wash like a whole side of this. Something to avoid. It's fixable, it's just a pain to fix. Making sure I get all the top and sides of the walls is important. Like so. And then, like I said, with the floors, I like to get down in the crevices first between these to make sure nothing can ruin it more than looking down into a dark like tile and the line in between is suddenly like bright and cheerful and flat. You know? It's just like your brain goes, that looks very wrong. The side by side is always really funny. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When you do look at that.
Yeah, when you can see the difference.
Yeah. And you can see how quick and easy this is. It does, you do want to, you know, control the rate of your hand. And it's easy to push around because of how thin it is. So if you see an area where it's collecting a little more than you want, like, oh, I don't want that brick that black, it's really easy to take a brush and sort of pull some away. There's a lot, until it's dry, there's a lot of maneuverability with wash. And you can even take a paper towel and wipe away most of it if there's an area where you didn't want to get it. Which happens sometimes. Usually less on the dungeon tiles and more on the like figures, but I always do feel like this really pops everything into life when you do it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really does.
Oh, it's Mr. Alligator, or I guess Mrs. Alligator, because it's Soria. Right?
I'm actually coming along quite well.
Yeah, that's actually looking really good. The olive drab is really capturing that alligator look. And I think some shading, I don't know, I'm on the fence, with like a light shading with black or light shading with umber.
I would try the umber.
Yeah, give it a more naturalistic look.
Yeah, black would be
too much.
Yeah, I think it would just make it too dark.
Because honestly, alligators are that dark. Like, they're almost black. But it's that push and pull because people think of an alligator as green.
Yeah.
So you don't want to completely destroy that green for a more realistic look. You want...
I mean, if we were doing a museum diorama or something, yeah.
Yeah, but for a piece on a table, you want it to sort of border that naturalistic and like icon image of what an alligator looks like. It has to bridge between a photograph and like an alligator sewn on an overpriced shirt. You know? I don't even know what brand that is, but I'm besmirching them apparently.
The alligator icon.
The alligator shirt. They are really expensive, I think. I don't know. I've never bought one.
Yeah. I tend not to buy things that advertise the place that I bought it from. It's like, I just gave you my money to buy this.
But the alligator is cute. It might be a crocodile.
No, crocodiles' teeth stick out on the outside of their jaws.
Well, but when the mouth's open, it's a little hard to tell. Right?
Well, yeah, but they're tiny little teeth. Anyway.
The point is I can turn into...
In the show, you could be either one. You can call it whatever you would like if you turn into one. And
I have a swim... I can turn it... I'm a high enough level druid, I can turn into things with swim speed now, so... I can actually turn into an alligator. Soria is more likely familiar with alligators than crocodiles because she's from a swamp. That's sort of the region. Although it's a cold swamp, so it might not be the most alligator friendly. It's like more like a swamp up in like Siberia than it is a swamp in like Florida.
Yeah, well, maybe you can get like the migratory ones.
You know, like birds.
Come off for the summer. So I'm thinking, I'll let that dry. I'm gonna get a little umber wash. You know, the ones you were showing kind of had stripes like coming down the side, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit.
We'll see if it even shows.
I think what you actually really want to do with the umber wash is enunciating like the bumps and stuff. So that alligator skin like has like that sort of
basically
scale
the texture,
effect.
Yeah.
You want to enunciate that.
Yeah. So
if you want to do the washing, what I would suggest is using a very small brush
And just sort of doing it in the
and actually working it into the crevices
between the scales
rather than and sort of feathering it. You don't want to just do what I'm doing with these and just go like, there, it's on, you know, because it'll just make the whole thing look muddy and unreadable. Where something like a scenery piece like this, you want that uniform but slightly blobby like variation. On a thing like that, you want to be very deliberate with your application, which I'm happy to do, but it's actually looking pretty good, and it's looking very alligatory. You're doing a great job with that.
Thank you.
So just using the umber wash to delicately bring out the detail,
we'll see
the
how
scale detail.
I'm gonna just do it pretty much on the top here.
Yeah, aim on the top and sort of work out until it looks right.
Because if it doesn't look good, it's easy to repaint the top.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have
they also tend to be darkest on the top and lighten up as they go down, so that helps.
Because consistent with that.
It's sort of like sharks, where they're dark on top, light on bottom, because it helps camouflage them in the water.
Yeah, and I'm going to, as I let this dry, there's little spots that show.
Yeah, and don't touch it with any wash until the whole thing is quite dry, or else you'll get a mess.
Yeah, and as these little spots show up, they need to be touched up too before I do any washing.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let that set.
Whereas something like the frog, I think, is probably going to be best not washed at all.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very bright kind of animal as opposed to a alligator. But that's looking very alligatory. That olive drab worked out pretty nice, I think.
Yeah, that's a good color for it. You've got like 3 umber washes here.
Yeah. Is there an open one?
Yeah, there's like 3 open ones.
Oh, are there? Yeah. That happens. Sometimes you're in a hurry and you just grab whatever the closest one is.
Leave those in the back. Use this one. But it needs to dry a good long time yet.
Yeah, and you're not going to want to touch that with wash for a while. Probably in like half an hour or something.
So for the frog, it just needs to go around the nose.
Oh, what does?
The turquoise.
Yeah, give me a second to finish this piece, and then I can pull up the reference imaging. Carefully, because with my left hand, because my right hand is covered in wash.
Okay.
So, if you're working on the frog, let me go here. So, on this frog, you can see it goes over the eyes and right along the nose.
Yep. And then
it's
kind of random splotches.
Sort of splotches down the sides. Now, let me... Here is another angle. Let me open a new tab so we still have this picture. So, there we go. When you're looking at it from the top, that's what the top looks like.
Right, so it kind of goes...
So there's actually almost like a black blob in the middle with a turquoise teal going around the sides. And that might be a better picture to work from for the section you're doing. Let me see if there's a bigger... This one's a little different because it has blue feet, but
yeah,
it's almost like a peanut shape.
Yeah, I see what it's starting to be like. Even with this tiny brush, it's going to be quite a challenge.
Yeah, good luck. You chose the frog.
Yeah, well, it always can just turn into a black frog, right?
Or a green frog.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I got all the corners done. And I'm going to move now onto the walls here. Yeah, it's looking cute. That frog.
Mm-hmm.
Looking good. Yeah, the actual frog's definitely more teal than turquoise.
Yeah, but this one looks good, doesn't
I think that looks really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was looking at this thing. That's not the real color, but boy, it sure looks good in the light.
Well, I'm gonna probably put that on like a white paper or something for photos. Because it is a dark frog. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Working through a lot of dungeons. Know this tunnel hallway, which always takes a bit. Let me know if you ever want to change the reference picture.
I think I've got it.
You think you're good?
Yeah, look.
Yeah, it's looking. It looks poison dart froggy. I think. Yeah. The only thing left I'd do,
Mm-hmm.
take the glossy black and put
Yeah.
a tiny dot where the eyes are.
Yeah. Yeah, they're black. I was thinking red would be menacing, but that would
Be
be
inaccurate.
kind of cartoonish, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah, but it would be funny.
So I got a little touch up with the green down here, one of the toes. that.
But that's not too bad.
No. And yeah, I guess get eyeballs in there somehow.
Take your tiniest brush and just put a prick on the end with a gloss black. To bump up the reflectivity.
Excuse me.
You okay?
Yeah, just inhale a little bit from it. Let that dry a little bit.
There's a lot of surface area in this little hallway piece. Did you spill?
Fortunately, there's a paper towel right there. No, it's unspilled.
Is that how it works? Spilling and unspilling?
Okay, I'll leave that on camera.
When it dries, you get to pull it off, and then it'll be even more visible because it doesn't have the little paint splotches around it. Yeah. I am almost done with this dungeon set.
Let's see, the gloss black was the eveil,
Yes.
which I'm sure is
In the
bin.
bin, because we never use it.
Okay. Now I'm going to try to do eyeballs without messing up anything else.
And you're going to do it perfectly.
You bet.
Or else. Okay.
Or else I get to start over. Oh, the ink doesn't come off the brush. Of course, black on black.
Makes it a little hard to see. And really, all you're going... I'm off camera. That's rare. All you're really going for is a little glossy effect for where the eyes are. Because on the frog, they just have big round black eyes. Unless they're Kermit. We could have just made that frog look like Kermit.
Would have been easier.
No, because we would have had to felt it.
Hmm. Okay, I got him.
Adorable.
It really is cute. Okay, I attacked that frog with a great deal of trepidation because
How small it was.
how small and fiddly and everything is. But I would do more of those.
Yeah? You want more frogs?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Army of poison frogs?
army of poison frogs. Yeah. I need to touch up the face here a little bit. That one toe, right there.
Yeah. I'm almost wondering. Oh, yeah. No, that's good, actually. Now that it's drying, I think it looks pretty good with that turquoise. I was gonna say, I almost think the base might be too dark, but...
Well, yeah, I was a little afraid of the base being too dark when I did it.
But I think it's totally acceptable with the turquoise. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So unless you really want to change it for any particular reason, I think you're good.
No, the turquoise really, even though it's not natural, it's just, it really shows the outline.
And it's pretty close. You know, the actual frog is more teal.
Yeah, but we don't have that color.
Well, I'm almost through this if you want me to do the washing on the alligator.
Good. What would I do? Half hour left.
You could get started on another one of the animals.
Yeah, that's true. I could do a base coat on one of the wolves.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me, if you want to. Yeah, there's this. I'll give you the olive drab too, because you'll need it for touch-up.
Yeah, just set them somewhere where I won't splash on them for the moment.
I'll leave it here. Alligator. Star of the show. Little mini frog.
The frog is adorable.
Mm-hmm.
Soria will turn into a poison dart frog at some point.
Just to do it. So these wolves, I mean, wolves tend to be lighter underneath too, but not terribly much.
So there's a couple different types of wolf coat. Most of them, though, you're gonna have like a gray and brown kind of coloration. So you could go either more of a gray wolf or a red wolf vibe, but my general suggestion would be maybe start with like the dark gray. Add a little bit of like maybe red brown to some of the fur.
Yeah, just like a dry brush highlight. Little
dry brush highlights, and then on top of that, do something like a neutral gray. And sort of build up the layers on it.
So I would just do a dark gray flat base coat.
Just like, yeah, that's sort of my thought process.
Yeah.
The alternative is if you want to go for more of a red wolf, like a ruddy brown.
Yeah, like the flat brown.
Kind of. You could start with flat brown or red brown and build up from there. If you wanted to go that way instead of gray. And we could do one of each. We have multiple wolves. We have 2 wolves.
Well, we can see how they look. So we're probably going to do a light wash on these. I'm thinking, likely. The underneath of the wolf is lighter.
Typically, and I can pull up an actual wolf picture if you want.
Oh, yeah, wow.
If you don't mind me.
Why don't you go ahead and finish?
I just have this and 4 little wall sections.
I'm going to start on the brown one. I'm going to do red brown on the bottom and then flat brown on the top.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull up some wolf pictures once I get
Where's the flat brown?
these all in. I'm very close to done.
Yeah, red brown is. I know we've got a lot of this.
I think we just replaced it, so it might not be pulled out yet.
We need it. Oh yeah, we just dumped it.
We use red brown a lot for wood textures, so. Did we not find more? Checking the bin.
Probably in here.
We might have replaced red brown a little while ago. And then just, yeah.
So just so that, because wolves are a little lighter on the bottom than the top, and then the tails would be highlighted a little bit too. I'm going to paint just the underside of this with this color, and the inside of the legs, and then just sort of brush in the rest. See how it looks. I'm going to take this prepared egg off of here, and respray it. I'll put it back on. For now, I'm going to use, I could use a larger brush, but I need to get into the bits mix. Okay. No.
That's what looks very dead.
That's what a really dead jar of paint.
Yeah, just toss that.
It's a weird film on there too.
I would toss that.
Oh, it's being tossed.
That's probably one of our very first bottles that we ever got.
Mm-hmm.
You know, ages ago.
Surface gets increasingly crowded. Stuff that had been done.
Well, I'm on my last little wall here.
Now those look much darker.
Yes.
It really looks good though, because we want it to look very
dungeony.
Yeah. That's a good floor color. I really like that with the black wash.
The field blue with the black wash. I was like,
did you not wash that though?
What? That's washed.
Doesn't look as dark, but it does. That's because it's such a flat surface.
That was one of the first ones I did, so it's dried a bit more.
Yeah. So one of the conventions we decided we were going to do was mess up the surface of the jar,
so the dungeon is done. It's a little over here. You can't. So at the end of the show, it should be dry enough to handle loosely. So I'll assemble the dungeon at the end here. What I'm going to do quick is, here's the alligator. I'm going to clean out this cup. Get a new glove and the umber wash, and try and bring out some of the texture in that alligator.
So this brown, even though it looks pretty dark, is going to be lighter, a little bit lighter than the overcoat. So I'm just kind of doing some places where, on an animal it might be lighter. And then I'm going to do like I did with the alligator, is when I get to the boundary line is just kind of brush into it.
for my alligator project here, I'm gonna need some paper towel. I'm gonna need to get the umber wash and a cup for the umber wash. And this is the opposite kind of washing from what I just did. So what I'm gonna do is take a fine brush like this one, get some umber wash in it and actually dab most of it off of the brush, and then very carefully apply it to the inside ridges on this this alligator. That has all these ridges in the model, and I want to darken those up without destroying the color of the model because it looks really great. You did a really good job on it.
Thank you.
And just sort of intensify some creases, basically, subtly. So there's also like on the arm here, there's this crease where the joint is. I might try and very subtly bring that out. So I actually don't need all that much wash, and I want to really limit how much is on my brush. And if I determine that the umber isn't showing, I might switch to a black. I don't know how well umber shows on this olive drab.
Yeah, you might have to use black if it doesn't show. So I'm just base coating a flat brown on most of the wolf here. Not worried about the detail much. Just want to get it covered.
So I put a little umber behind the neck there, right where that division is.
That's going to be very subtle once it dries.
Should I go black? It might not, to get some visibility.
Yeah, you almost need to do black because it doesn't show.
So, what I'm going to do is set that cup aside, clean.
You know, the black will maybe not be as natural looking, but as we've said before, what you want it to do is you want it to show.
You want to walk that line.
No, you don't want to go through the work and then have it be basically invisible.
So, I'm cleaning off my big brush right now.
I'm painting this basic almost right up to the boundary line.
The alligator aside.
Between the two here.
Alright. So I'm just gonna do like 3 drops of black in here. That's probably more than I need. But okay. I'm actually putting the alligator on the paper towel here to give myself a little more contrast for visibility for my sake. Yeah, that's gonna work better.
And I'm painting the whole nose, even though the mouth and eyes and things will be detailed in later. But as the paint dries, you can see that there's a subtle but noticeable difference in the two colors. And it looks like the other brown's going to need some touching up because this primer does not like this brown paint. Goes a little over the edge there.
And what I'm doing is very carefully working black into the scales, and that will just help enunciate those ridges that are in the model without overwhelming the color. And I'm not being like super duper even with my distribution. I don't want it to look like a chessboard on the back. I'm trying to, have like, okay, this section is a little darker than its neighboring section because that's gonna happen on alligator naturally. It's not gonna wear and darken the same way everywhere uniformly. I'm actually introducing a little visual randomization into this shading. Another thing you can do with wash is you can actually apply a little dot somewhere and then dry your brush, and the brush will pull it away, pull wet wash away from the model, because it will suck it up into the brush hairs if the brush is dry. So if you accidentally apply a little tiny bit too much or something like that, you can often remove the excess by drying your brush off and then just sort of poking it lightly.
Okay, well, there's a brown wolf, very brown. We'll see how that looks later. I'm going to do a gray one. But we'll see.
Of what, gray?
Oh, the brown.
Where is it? Oh, yeah, it's all monolithic, but that's always the case with it.
Yeah, wolves are not. I mean, we can do highlights on it later. For a base coat. Pretty dull.
What do you think?
Yeah, that makes a difference.
It's a subtle
Mm-hmm.
change,
But some variation in it.
but it just works this very subtle variation into the alligator. Another place where it's really good to put some wash are creases and joints. It helps enunciate them.
Excuse me. Let's see if this works any better.
I'm starting to move the alligator about. I'm going to put on my glove instead of just painting on top of it.
Remove the frog from the thing here. Replace it with a wolf. I'm painting the underside a little lighter. The contrast between this and the dark gray overcoat is going to be significantly more than it was with the brown. So I'm going to have to be a little more intentional about the boundary between the two. Let it dry a little bit. And see if it turns out to look a little better than the brown did. The brown one looks like it just needs to be painted a different color. If this gray works out, that will become a. If this gray works out well, this will become a gray wolf as well.
Not a big fan of it. The brown.
No. I thought it would look pretty good. It didn't.
One thing I'm also trying to remember while as I do this shading is that a crocodile tends to be darker on top and lighten as it gets down.
Yeah, so you want your shading mainly to be along the top.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to start painting the other gray, and I don't mind if the light gray is still a little light, because I'm going to try to shade them into each other. I'm not highly skilled at doing that, but
I think you did a pretty good job on the crocodile.
Worked okay on that.
Alligator.
Oh, this is almost done. This might be about the last thing that ever comes of this.
With that dark gray can jar. Unfortunately, I think some of the crocodile on the camera is a little washed out because I have it on the white paper towel right now so I can see it. But I think it's messing with the white balance on the camera a little bit. Unfortunately. bringing out that spiky back shape a bit more. I'm gonna want to do similar with the tail, but a little more subtle. I'm also trying to slightly darken some striations into the crocodile. They have this, it's almost like a striped pattern, especially along the tail. So I'm trying to carefully darken segments of it in sort of a patchy striation. That'll be very subtle when it's all dry, but it should add to the overall effect. Sort of moving further back as I do this because I am farsighted. So sometimes it's easier for me to sit back a little and look at it than be up close.
Like some people who can't see anything more than about 8 inches.
Mm-hmm. I don't know anyone like that.
Mm-mm.
Another area where I might want to darken and enunciate is around the claws. In between them, it will help create a little bit of a visual breakup of what otherwise might just look like a little green splotch. You're sort of using the shading here to help enunciate the musculature and form very subtly without looking like it.
Yeah, that really helps.
It's really quite subtle, but it breaks up the monolithic green that made up the top of the crocodile, the alligator. If I can get some focus. There it is. We're starting to get somewhere on this shading. I'm just working a tiny bit between the toes right now, just to help break them up a little from one another.
You know, you want to break their toes.
Toes, claws, I guess, I don't know. I guess they're claws on a gator.
No. With a fair amount of highlighting and shading. Need some black on here. Need some much lighter under the tail.
So, this is an area where I'm going to want to be very delicate and precise, but there's this little jaw section that goes up on a gator, and I want to darken it in very slightly to enunciate it. And even...
But the gray's going to be better than... Well, no. Gray versus brown. Ooh. Gray is much better. Oh.
Other wolves debating.
Yeah. Color this covering as well as it should. This primer doesn't like these paints particularly.
On the belly side here, I'm putting in the slightest discoloration where the joints are. That turned on and touch up a little. That will be easy though. I think the only area I want to mess with anymore is on the head. I'm going to loosely shade out slightly from the center top to darken in the very top and have it sort of fade lighter green. As it goes further out. I might also darken where the eyes are. And my nostrils. Did you use dark sand for the crocodile?
Yeah, for the underside.
I'm gonna do one or two tiny touch-up spots.
There you go.
I only need like a drop though.
Yeah, you might be able to get it right off the tip of it.
That's my plan. And we're almost at 2, so we will be wrapping up soon here.
Okay, well, gray wolf and the brown wolf before we start doing there's magnets in the bottoms of these And they're repelling each other. This is okay.
All right.
There we go.
What do you think?
Yeah, I like the darkened parts of it. It's not. It is pretty subtle, but it highlights things nicely.
It helps shape it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially the inside of the scales.
Yeah. So let me move the white out my paper towel here, so that will help with the white balance that I'm getting on. So, working together, mostly you though. We have an crocodile.
And we have base coated wool. And we have
An adorable little frog. Which is not focusing at all.
No.
So this will want a protective coat on it after it dries, just so the colors don't get messed up.
Yeah, flat coat. Or actually,
yeah, I'd do flat. It doesn't need to be glossy.
So you're going to show what this looks like?
Yeah. So to round things out.
Yeah. Why don't you give me that? Get it out of the way. Set that by the frog here.
Little swamp critters. I guess the jungle critters. But not swamp.
Now get these cuffs out of here.
So I'm going to only be using the glove because these are still going to be a little tacky, these dungeon tiles, as they're finishing drying. But here is what a finished one sort of looks like. It's a lot darker and more mysterious and evil, I guess. I don't know. Dungeony, at the very least. So, if I'm remembering correctly, the layout is basically
There's a door there.
there's a door. Obviously, it's modular, so this can vary, but the layout is roughly there we go. Something like that. So you sort of have these two chambers, and there's a hallway. We have, because they're still wet, we haven't painted in here. I'm gonna put it on the Celestine just so it's bigger. We haven't painted the plates on our trap walls here because they're still wet and tacky and drying. But the general idea is you take one of these basic walls and just so it's not so close to the other trap wall, you have it like that. You can see you just swap them like that. And then let's say you have a gas trap, which might look like this, right? And you can swap that with the flame or whatever. And your adventurers are going do, just wandering down the hall, happy-go-lucky. And they walk here, they're not checking for traps. You go, actually, and pull that wall off. Drop in your trap wall. You sprung a gas trap. Or a fire trap, for example.
Yeah.
Poison gas cloud, maybe a gout of bright flame comes shooting out of the wall at your opponent. It's a little more visible while it's drying like this. Or they come walking along here and you're like, actually, there was a poison gas trap there. This set has two walls. One is a hallway wall, but one you could put over here maybe. Like that. And now you have a hidden trap wall over there. So it's very interchangeable, modular, things like that. But that is the dungeon set with way too many corners.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's expandable. So if you got more walls like this, you could, and center floors and stuff, you could very easily build out a larger dungeon. And just taking these doorways, and they haven't been attached yet because we're waiting for everything to dry, but have doors all throughout.
Remember where you didn't do the back of one of the corners?
Yeah. Did I not wash one of the corners?
Yeah.
Do I have a black wash still out?
No.
Did you clean it up?
Yeah, but here. Let me just empty this and wipe it out.
I'm having
I think
low coffee
if
day.
you're real lucky, it might have just actually been exactly the same corner.
I don't think so, but
Close enough. I think that's pretty funny though.
yeah, thank you for pointing it out at least.
Mm-hmm. Where you missed a corner and
So
recornered it.
that's why it's always helpful to have a second set of eyes looking over what you're doing. Sometimes you just miss a section. There. No harm, no foul.
Nope. You
Let
want
that
to
dry.
Look all around it.
Yeah, why don't you double check before I clean everything up?
Yeah.
I think that was the only one.
Yeah, those corners.
So,
You just really want to be done with the corner, you know.
yeah, and when you're doing 10 of them, you can sometimes lose track. It's fine. Alright, well,
Thanks for joining
do a
us.
scene again. Thank you everyone for joining us.
We have alligators. We have.
We're gonna take some better quality pictures of these and post them up on our social media, so check us out on Instagram and Twitter, all that stuff. See us use dungeon tiles in our D&D show, which we do Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern. I play a druid, and we'll maybe be turning into these animals. That's part of the reason we're doing them, and we have a variety more to do. I have a bear here, for example, and an elk, and an eagle. I can't do that one yet. I'm not high enough level. But
And this thing,
the badger?
maybe. You think this is a badger?
I think it is a badger. Or a raccoon.
Or a muskrat?
Or a wolverine. It's a little mammal.
Woodchuck?
A small mammal.
Yeah, could be any
Anyway.
of those.
Thank you everyone for coming and watching. Everyone who's watching on YouTube, like, subscribe, all that helps the channel. I won't bother you with all the stuff everyone says all the time at the end of shows, but We appreciate it. We appreciate everyone who watched live. And we're going to be doing these painting streams, for 3 days a week now.
Yeah. We will. 3 days a week. Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Yeah. Alright. So, see you soon. Bye.
See ya.
Oh, I don't know. Is there anyone we want to raid? I should actually check that quick.
Yeah, I'm going to start emptying these. We have a lot of them. Okay.
I want to see if we have any of our friends streaming right now, quick, while we're live here. Doop. I think Tech is live, so I'm going to go raid. Alright, do you want to run the raid, Mod? Thank you. Alright, we'll see you soon. Bye.